personnel appointments and to listen to the reports from the superintendent. We are not here to make administrative or management decisions pertaining to the daily operations of the district. This is the responsibility of the superintendent. In compliance with the State Government Code on Open Meetings, tonight's agenda has been appropriately posted. This is a meeting in public, not a meeting of the public, and as our guests, you are welcome to observe and listen. These proceedings are being video and audio recorded and will become part of Judson's permanent legal record. In order that the tape adequately reflects these proceedings, please silence your mobile devices and refrain from talking while others are speaking. Since it is legally mandated these proceedings are recorded accurately, I may have to ask for order periodically should I notice that disruptions are interfering with our recording capabilities. Once again, I extend to each of you a sincere welcome from the entire school board. Thank you for your interest in Judson ISD. We have established a quorum, and at this time, board, you may proceed to check in. Thank you, thank you. And to my immediate left is our Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Jeanette Ball.
Welcome, everybody.
At this time, would you please stand for our establishment of the Pledge of Allegiance and our invocation.
If everyone could bow their heads, please. Dear Heavenly Father, once again, we come to you saying thank you. Thank you for another opportunity to do what's best for Judson Independent School District, God. We ask that you continue to place a hedge of protection around our families, our community, our students, our teachers, and our staff. All these things we ask and pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Please remain standing for the presentation of the United States colors presented by the Veterans Memorial High School, Army JROTC, under the direction of Sergeant First Class Karen Hudson. Tonight's color guard is commanded by Cadet Staff Sergeant Nathan Mosqueda, U.S. flag.
Colors. Forward. March.
Right guard for the U.S. flag is Cadet Captain Zatea Weekly. Cadet Sergeant First Class Heather Antcliffe, Texas flag. Left guard for the Texas flag is Cadet Sergeant Alejandro Villanueva. Our pledge leaders this evening are Naya and Emery Hawkins. These sisters are fifth grade students at Masters Elementary. They both enjoy learning at school and are model citizens on campus. Emery enjoys playing the guitar and participating in art activities. Naya enjoys playing the piano and playing basketball.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one indivisible.
Order. Arms. Ready. Face. Forward. March. Color guard. Halt. Post. Colors.
Thank you. And if we could acknowledge Nia and Emery's mom, Miss Nora Hawkins, is here in the audience. And if you all would come and take a picture.
Audience, you may be seated.
And one more round of applause to our color guard from Veterans Memorial High School. If you would like to come in so that we can snap a photo of you, please. Thank you so much. We would like to take this time for some recognitions this evening. I do have a little bit of a slideshow. If we could get the screen changed, please. While they're getting that set up, February is the month that we celebrate career and technical education. And at Judson ISD, we are so proud of the programs that we offer to students. So we would like to take a moment to recognize some of those programs, and especially our students and teachers who have earned certifications this fall. Career and technical education offers many industry-based certifications to students enrolled in various pathways. They're also known as programs of study. These certifications are verification of knowledge, qualifications, and competencies in a specific skill set. They are credentials recognized by business and industry at the local, state, or national level. Students prepare for certification exams throughout the year. The following are certifications earned this fall, and we would like to recognize first a group of students from Judson High School. We've invited them here today because they have received these certifications as a culmination of a 2-year program. These are our registered dental assistant students. They are led by teacher Miss Nichols, and I'm going to announce them and have them come up here. Maritza Campos, Madison Garcia, Hating Ha, Jasmine Pina, Fatima Preciado, Liliana Ramirez, Alyssa Watson, Jasenia Zavala. Just to tell you a little bit about their journey, they have been in this program for 2 years, and they just recently passed a 3-part exam where they have to score 80 or higher in jurisprudence, infection control, and radiology. Students participate in internship experiences in dental offices for 2 years. As a result, in the last 12 years, 100% of the dental students have passed this exam. These students show commitment and dedication to their work, and it is so appropriate that we celebrate them here tonight on their certification. Congratulations, ladies. Keep them in mind, in March, they're going to take their second exam, the nitrous oxide certification, where it is an 18-section exam, one of the harder ones, but we know that the dedication these students show and the commitment that they show, they are going to pass with flying colors, and we will probably see them here again as we congratulate them. Photo op. Thank you so much, ladies. And we did also want to show some other students and programs throughout our district that have earned some certifications this fall. We have students from Judson High School, 26 of them in the health science practicum. They have earned their EKG technician certification. They are also preparing to take their medical assistant certification examination in April. And these 2 certifications will provide unlimited options for students seeking patient care health careers. Their teacher is Ms. Carrillo. From Veterans Memorial High School, we have a group of students that earned Google Analytics individual certification. This year, for the first time, 15 Veterans Memorial High School students enrolled in the social media marketing course successfully passed their Google Analytics individual certification. This certification covers an abundance of basic topics and concepts, which helps students understand how business data collections, data reports, and metrics are useful for businesses who use various types of online platforms. Their teacher is Mrs. Fields. From Wagner High School, we have students, 41 students who enrolled in the Business Information Management 1 course. They passed the Microsoft Office Specialist certification. This certification is one of the most important and most widely used computer applications used by virtually everyone in the world. We would like to send a big congratulations to these Wagner High School students. Their teacher is Miss Bibbs. And finally, from Judson High School, 18 Judson High School students in both automotive technology and collision repair and refinishing programs have successfully completed various automotive service excellence certifications. These certifications include brakes, engine repair, maintenance and light repair, painting and refinishing, and non-structural analysis and damage repair. These certifications are all recognized by the automotive industry and provide students with many opportunities to jump right into their careers in this industry. The teachers at Judson High School are Mr. Salinas and Mr. Tucker. And that concludes tonight's recognitions, and I would also just like to say a big thank you to our CTE department. We have Director Dr. Michelle Steele and Marlene Castañeda, our CTE specialist, here in our audience this evening. They do a fantastic job putting together these pathways for our students. Thank you.
Madam President and board members, at this time I am requesting that we take a break since we are having some technical issues with our live stream.
Absolutely. We will take a short break The time now is 6:20, 6:17. We'll take a short break. And updates including new hires, resignations, and administrative appointments. Principal of Principal of Kirby Middle School, the Chief of Staff, and the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources. Item C, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, consider and discuss the superintendent's mid-year evaluation and contract. D, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, attorney consultation regarding legal issues related to the superintendent's mid-year evaluation and contract. Item E, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, attorney consultation regarding legal issues related to potential, anticipated, or pending construction litigation and construction issues. Again, at this time, it is 6:22, and we will go into closed session. Thank you, Ms. McKee. got to take Gorilla Glue to this thing. I'm just a little thing. All right, the time now is 6:45. We're returning into open session. Item A, consider and take possible action regarding the approval of the contract renewal lists for teachers, nurses, librarians, and counselors for the 2022-2023 school year. Is there a motion?
I move we approve the contract renewal list as presented in closed session.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. At this time, you may proceed to vote. One more time. Okay. That vote passes unanimously. Item 8B, consider and take possible action regarding the personnel report and updates, including new hires, resignations, and administrative appointments, to include 1, principal of Kirby Middle School, 2, the chief of staff, and 3, the assistant superintendent of human resources. Is there a motion?
I move we approve the personnel report and updates as presented in closed session.
And I second that. At this time, you may proceed to vote. That motion also passes unanimously. And Dr. Ball, would you like to do the honors, please?
Yes. I'd like to congratulate the following individuals. I'd like to congratulate Nicole Rosa Saunders as our new principal for Kirby Middle School.
Ms. Saunders, would you mind standing so we could just there she is. Congratulations.
I'd like to congratulate Mr. Joseph Guidry as the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources.
Congratulations, sir.
And I'd like to congratulate Dr. Kristen Saunders as our Chief of Staff.
And at this time, we're just going to take a short little break, a little intermission, and give the opportunity for everyone to congratulate these people and say hello to their families, okay? Need to give a time? Yes. 6:50. 6:48. Ms. Holmes, did you get that?
Yes, thank you.
Yes. It's nice to see you. How are you? Good, 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 good. Well, so thank you very much for coming, being here. You joined a great place. Well, we're going to be here for you. We are. We really are. Yeah, we're going to be here for you. And where are you coming from? Oh, you're at Easton. Okay. Right. Okay, so you're there. Right there.
Mike, are we ready?
Yes.
It is 6:54, and we are back in, we're resuming. We will now move on to item 3, the acknowledgement of visitors, citizens to be heard. We have none. Item 4, consideration of consent items. If there are any items that the board would like to pull, please let me know. Item 4A, consider and take action regarding approving monthly financial information as of December 31st, 2021. Item B, consider and take action regarding approving expenditures equal to or greater than $50,000.
Pull.
Item C, consider and take action regarding approving the ranking for request for proposal 2205 for district-wide pest control services.
Pull.
Item D, consider and take action regarding approving cash investment report for all funds as of December 31st, 2021. Item E, consider and take action regarding approving a proclamation to declare March 2022 Social Workers Month. The theme, "The Time is Right for Social Work." Item F, consider and take action regarding approving the Judson Early College Academy 2022-2023 instructional calendar as presented. Item G, consider and take action regarding approving the 2022-2023 Converse Elementary instructional calendar as presented. H, consider and take action regarding approving new innovative courses for 2022-2023 school year.
Pull.
Item I, consider and take action regarding approving the district policy CDA local, other revenues and investments.
Pull.
Item J, consider and take action regarding approving emergency and closing the district.
Pull.
Item K, consider and take action regarding approving a wastewater easement to the City of Converse at Salatrio Creek, located between Judson High School and Judson Middle School. Item L, consider and take action regarding approving the professional service contracts, construction contracts, and related contract amendments supporting the 2016-2017 bond design and construction requirements.
Pull.
Item M, consider and take action regarding approving the certificates of substantial completion supporting progress and completion of the 2016 and 2017 construction projects.
Pull.
That means that we will be voting at this time on items A, D, E, F, G, K. Is there a motion?
I move we approve the items as delineated by the board president.
Second.
The items have been made and seconded. You may proceed to vote. The motion's passed unanimously. Item B, consider and take action regarding approving expenditures equal to or greater than $50,000. Mr. Macias?
Yes, thank you. I pulled this because I was looking over the information, and just to be clear, there's only so much we can talk about because the agenda item isn't written, but there's some things I have in terms of just needing a better understanding. The Prime Systems contract, the TIPS contract, we're going to acquire through ESSER 2 funds an expenditure of $1,017,144,000 for 200 clear touch 75-inch interactive screens. So I wanted to understand a little bit about that. And just on a side note, I Googled these screens, and they vary in size. There's 53, there's 48, and there's a substantial difference in cost. I mean, you're talking $3,800 potentially per unit versus, because if I look at the $1 million, I think it comes out to over $5,000 plus per unit. And so I was just I wanted some explanation on that a little bit.
Sure. Lacey, would you like to speak on that?
So in response to that, the interactive panels, the size of them for the 75-inch, these are the panels that we have been looking at that will actually replace the projectors that currently exist in classrooms, simply because of the interactive capabilities that they have in terms of being able to display up to 4 to 6 screens at one time for the students to see in the classroom. So some of that is for visibility. The actual cost of the panel is not quite $5,000 a piece, but each one of these devices also has a a camera affixed to it as well as a operating system. So it's actually a computer, a standalone computer in and of itself. So it provides an additional computer within the classroom. So the back of the panels actually have a computer attached to it, which allows the teacher to run that independently of their laptop so that their laptop can be used for other instructional purposes or for monitoring students and so on within the classroom. In terms of the purchase itself, 100 of those units is actually being purchased out of ESL funds. So 100 of those units, so not all of it is coming out of ESSER, 100 of them are coming from ESL funds. So 100 of those devices will be placed in all ESL classrooms across the district. The other 100 are being purchased to develop the model classrooms. I know over the last year we have talked several times about creating a model classroom or what the classroom of the future looks like for Judson ISD. And this is one of the items that would go inside of those classrooms, and our goal is to create at least 100 to begin with to be model classrooms to show what our future classrooms could look like and how we can integrate technology better within our instruction and really support students' interaction with it, as well as teachers' ability to provide quality instruction to their students. The other part of the panel that is nice is that they are movable throughout the classroom, so they can be run wirelessly or they can be run wired to the wall, but they will all be on their own stands that can raise and lower so that it can go all the way down to the size of a pre-K student and can be raised up high enough for our older students to use as well. So we want to make sure that we have at least 3 classrooms per campus across the district, and that may vary somewhere between 3 and 5 classrooms.
Okay, that's a good start. But the agenda doesn't allude to the ESL, so can you tell me what that is? It a 50-50 split?
It is a 50-50 split, yes, sir.
Okay, because it has ESSER 2 on it. So when it doesn't have the other funding source, it leads me to believe it's coming straight from ESSER funds only.
I would agree with you. That would be my assumption as well.
And so I don't know if we need to legally approve it with the ESL language in the document, because other than that, you could still use ESSER 2 funds if we've approved ESSER 2 as the funding source. So that's a concern. And I'm glad you mentioned ESL, but obviously I would be looking at the ESL budget too, just to see what kind of impact $500,000 is going to do for that.
Sure.
So anyway, thoughts on that, Dr. Ball?
I really don't know about it, but I could ask Bill.
We could pull it and wait till next month, or we could amend the motion and add the ESL language in the motion.
So you would at least agree that we probably just, for being straight, add that to the language?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so 550,000. The other thing that, just as a side note, for every expenditure, I always like to know what the return on that investment is. I love the upgrade in technology. You're talking about 3 to 5 classrooms in certain campuses. So would we then expect every class to have access to those 3 to 5 classes, or is it only going to be those classrooms?
So the idea behind it would end up being more than 3 to 5 classrooms across the district. So in terms of the model classrooms, those would be the classrooms for 100 of the devices. So you can kind of double that. You'll end up with about 6, depending on how ESL divides up theirs. I know that they have a specific way in which they want to assign the panels that go to the ESL teachers, so I don't really know how many will go to each campus on the ESL side. I do know that I will get 3 to 5 out of the 100 that we are purchasing out of the ESSER funds on the technology side. But eventually, as the projectors begin to go out, this is the direction that we are looking to go into because of the functionality. I know if we were in another situation like we had with COVID before, these devices are exceptionally good for that type of instruction simply because the teacher can run the Zoom session or the live session directly from that panel and still be able to cast from their computer. That way they can keep eyes on the students in the classroom as well as the students at home on the larger panel, and everybody can see each other. And it also helps because it does the communication between the two. So in terms of additional functionality, it increases our ability to work within the classroom should we have to go to a situation like that. But it is also the direction that we're looking at as the projectors go out. That will be where we will go in the future. So at some point, I would like all classrooms to have them, yes.
Well, and Dr. Ball, in terms of sustainability, this is, again, a very large purchase that it looks like the time frame for utilization is 7 years. I think we have a warranty for 7 years on this equipment. So in year 8, or year 6, we'll be planning, but we won't have ESSER fund, as far as I know. We may have ESL, but so sustaining this type of transition, is there some recommendations on how we might be able to do that so we're not in the predicament 8 years from now?
Sure. So we'll look at all our funds from local to categorical and then see what the needs is in regards to having to replace, part of them at a certain time, not all of them at once.
Could it be fun? Could we use bond money?
Could we? If we get the bond
We could,
approved?
right?
Yes.
Yes, we could.
Yeah.
That was part of the,
idea.
mhm.
But
Yes, sir.
I'm just very sensitive because obviously we have $500,000 now in ESSER funds.
Yes.
I want students to get to grade level. That's ultimately what I want to see. And I would like to know that this technology will contribute to getting our students to grade level. And that's the ROI that I was alluding to earlier. What is the data say regarding this technology, and are we going to monitor if it's making the impact that we need to make? It's nice to be higher in technology, but the bottom line is student success.
Right, and all of this is in our plan to build these model classrooms where engagement is increased, student achievement is increased through that engagement, through the professional learning that we're also going to provide our teachers in using these interactive boards. So it's a landscape that we want to change across our district to better equip our teachers with the technology, the training for it, so ultimately our students are achieving higher standards.
The panels also come with their own interactive software. The software is at no additional cost. It has its own curriculum and ties directly to the TEKS and can be used as an enhancement to our existing curriculum that we have within the district. So that is part of what we will be doing as well through this process, is we will be working with curriculum to make sure that those pieces are integrated. But the idea is to increase the engagement that our students have. Our teachers are currently asking for things like smart boards, smart software, and those types of items. And when you get into that, you get into a bigger cost of ownership because you're dealing with having to purchase a projector plus the software plus the board and the interactive pieces that go with that. And so by looking at it in that from that standpoint, you have reduced the need for some electrical work as well as the addition of the projector plus the smart boards and the things that go along with that. So it's more or less a newer version of the technologies that we have had in the classroom before. I know that Judson has not had a large number of smart boards or any type of interactive technology in that sense in the majority of our classrooms. And that's the direction that many are going to these days to help increase that interactivity with our students. It allows students to even take their Chromebooks that they have in the one-to-one, and they can cast their own work to the screen as well. That way, if a teacher sees a student doing something and they want the student to immediately share that with the entire class, they can do that directly with the panel. That is not a functionality that we currently have.
Well, I guess I will yield my question, but Dr. Ball, I will tell you that before we look at putting this on a bond or acquiring additional equipment, I would like to see where we've implemented them and what the academic performance has been to kind of quantify that this is really helping student success. So just know that I'll have a lens over that in the next few years and take a look at that. But I'll challenge you, Dr. Ball, to keep an eye on that and technology to
Absolutely.
keep a focus on that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Eaton.
There we go. Now, did this go out for bid? Did we get?
Yes, ma'am. This did go out for bid.
Okay. How many?
I have the 3 bids from our, from our co-ops. We received 3 bids from our co-ops.
And this was the best one?
This was the lowest one by over $80,000.
Okay.
This was tips.
Okay. And this 75-inch, now I heard you say that it's going to be on something that can roll around?
It's actually on a stand. Yes, ma'am. It's on a movable stand that can raise or lower so that you can make it to the right height of the student that is in the classroom.
And so the students are going to be touching this?
Yes, ma'am. It's designed for students to touch. It's designed for students to write with their fingers. It's designed for students to write with pens. It's designed to take what's on your laptop or your Chromebook and display it on the screen. It's essentially a giant computer on wheels, is what it is.
The safety factor there?
I would
Because
say
we're talking
no.
about a 75-foot screen, and I can see some little kid,
Yeah, I've had them in my previous experience. I've placed them in all elementary classrooms. The ones we do have currently in the district are in our special education classrooms because they actually will lay flat as a table, and the children can come up and stand as if it's a table, as an interactive table. These that we are purchasing, we're not purchasing them as an interactive table because those are slightly more expensive. In fact, quite a bit more expensive for the stands. But for our special education students, they did purchase, I forgot how many they purchased, but we purchased a few for them as well. And that already went through their particular department that they did with the SPED fund so that they could have those table-type interactive activities for those students. You can put up to 6 students on it at one time.
Which school has it right now?
I don't recall which campus we installed it at. We just received them. I will have to get that answer to you.
Please, because I would like to go and see.
I would be glad for you to do that.
Okay.
I
Thank
will
you,
make sure
ma'am.
you get that information.
Thank you.
Well, Dr. Ball, colleagues, is it okay if we then pull it and have it correctly allotted? The reason why I say that is because I would like to look at the ESL budget. I mean, knowing that I thought it was only ESER 2, I had a glimpse of what that looked like, but I would like to see what the impact this purchase has on ESL.
Well, how about letting this one continue with the ESSER funds? And then so we can move
So
forward.
not use ESL?
No,
what you're saying?
if you don't feel comfortable approving all of it, then at least approve the ESSER part of it.
Okay.
That's a suggestion. It's up to the board.
But there are
that's it.
3 items on this, because there are 3 items that are over 50,000 that we're looking at today. So I would have to, I'm just trying to figure out how I would have to put the language to say, okay, we approve 50% of the expenditure with the usage of ESSER funds, ESSER 2. But
I can tell you that we certainly have the ESL funds, to cover this cost, so I can tell you that. I can tell you that the staff has worked in looking at the needs of our teachers. I think that delaying it another month, everything has been so difficult to get in a timely manner that my worry is delaying it a little bit more just sets us back.
well, then we'll move forward then with just amending it to state 50% will come out of the ESL budget. But I would still like to look at that.
Yes, sir.
Since we're in the whole budget discussion anyway.
So, Mr. Macias, would you please make that motion?
I was absolutely going to ask her, do we have any other discussion?
Is there any other discussion?
Okay. Then I will, and we're item B, consider and take action regarding the approved expenditures equal or greater than 50,000 and amend the motion to include the ESSER Fund 2 funds, 50% be utilized for the, what are they, the touch screens, the 200 touch point or touch screens. I'm butchering the language on this one. Let me find that. Let me get this. It is the Prime system. There you go. Let me repeat it. I want to make sure it's accurate and I'm saying this correctly. It's Prime Systems Technology. Okay, so move to consider and take action regarding the proven expenditures equal to or greater than 50,000, with the exception of Prime System Technology, indicate 50% of ESSER 2 funds will be used, and ESL, the other 50%.
50% of.
Second.
That motion passes unanimously. Item C, Mr. Macias?
Yes, Dr. Ball, I pulled this because I wanted to know what we were doing before we brought this for the board. And then, of course, I have some specific questions about, again, the rating system. I may have mentioned before once or twice that I feel there's opportunity to really improve our procurement protocols, and this is one instance as we look at it that it just looks a little crazy. So let's answer the first question first. What were we doing before we're bringing this to the board?
We usually take this to the board, so we do the same thing. We take information for the board to approve the district-wide pest control services that we use.
And who did we use last time?
I'm going to need help remembering who that was. JJ or Mr. Yacklin, would either one of you remember?
This is currently, Dr. Ball, board, this is really a new thing that we're going after in the district.
So it's a new thing?
Yes.
So we weren't doing it last year?
That's correct.
Who did we use, though, for pest control?
We were using a company called Worldwide for our kitchens, but not for what we are quoting here.
Just the kitchens, okay.
So what we were doing before, we have only one pest control in the district, and he was getting swamped by the number of schools, so we knew we needed help. And so we wanted this company to do preventative type of pest control throughout the district, so we went out for bid.
And the one that was selected, and this moves to the second question, received 75 points, but they're nearly 3 times more. I think the lowest bid was at $17,000, but this company that was selected was $45,000, so that's a substantial difference.
And I'll let JJ kind of...
So, yeah, if you could talk a little bit about that. That was something that caught my interest.
We had a lot of debate over this RFP and the responses that we got, because the responses that we received from Worldwide, they bid $45 for every school, for each school. And that's to lay a 10 to 12 foot perimeter around each school. And we looked at this with a little bit of difficulty in that you're telling me you can do Franz Elementary for $45, pardon me, and then you can turn around, you can go do Judson High School or Wagner for the same amount of money. It was just kind of hard to swallow, and man, are they going to be thinning out their product once they get to the larger schools? So we had a lot of concerns about that. We called Worldwide to come in and explain their bid to us, and we called Frontrunner to come in and explain their bid, and were they confident that they could perform with the pricing that they had. Without us asking them to do this, Worldwide went out and walked each of our campuses, and they realized, oh my gosh, they're not all the same size. And they actually submitted a second bid, which we could not accept because it was after the fact. We had a closing date of, I believe, on the 9th of December. We had a closing date, and that was it. And so they tried to submit something else. And I will tell you, just for example, they went from $45 for Judson High School, and on their alternate bid, they bid $240. They went from 45 to Wagner to 150. We still told them that we could not accept their bid. We did give them the option to withdraw their original bid, but they chose to keep it. And that's fine with us. It's perfectly legal, everything else. We still had doubts, but we don't change the grading on the first part where we have the dollar amounts. That's based on a formula. That's not subjective at all. It's there, it's set by a formula. We did look at their references, and we wanted to see if their references were really relevant to the task at hand. Now, they listed a whole bunch of corporations, Worldwide did, whereas Frontrunner listed school districts. We did Mr. Yacklin went out and contacted several other school districts that had previously used Worldwide. And all the districts that he contacted had moved away from Worldwide for various reasons. And so we weren't comfortable with giving them a high grade. So when we graded them, through our discussions of the responses that Mr. Yacklin got and the bid, the questions that had been raised in the bid, this is how we came to our conclusion. Yes, it is more money, but yes, we feel like it is the best value to the district. And under the law, that's how we award our bids. We award them on best value.
Well, that is a very, very good explanation, and I appreciate that.
Thank you.
But I will tell you that I pulled it, and it's $45,000, and we're almost $300 million budget, and it's such a small amount. But I still want to ensure we're being very fiscally responsible with every dollar we spend. And so Mr. Yacklin mentioned that we did not have this position last year, that someone was doing it, but they were overwhelmed. Is it worth hiring another person? Would it be less than $45,000, or would it be more than $45,000 to hire someone that could help that workload? Or do we want to use overtime? Or are we putting someone out of a job that's doing it now? Those are sort of the questions I have.
I don't have the exact number on that, sir, but I would think that once you paid a salary and the cost of benefits, and then we have to purchase the chemicals, and we have licenses, correct? To go
We're doing it now, though, right? Someone is doing this job.
Yes.
So we've already acquired that material.
Yes.
As far as somebody's doing it.
Yes, I don't know, what do you, that's your department.
Currently, we have one person in place, and they have a truck, and they purchase chemicals. And we're finding that's just not enough to handle the district that we're in. So you can either go out for an additional position, or we don't really need a full position, so we don't have to pay another truck, buy another truck, put another person in service. So if we contract out, we can just do preventative maintenance for a period of time without having to pay for a full position. As we grow further in the district where we might need to hire our own internal, then we can justify that. But right now, we don't really need to justify a full position, just some preventive maintenance on all the district once a month to get us where we need to be to handle the load without having to pay the full price for a full position. That makes sense?
To clarify, the current solution provider is an internal Judson employee?
Yes, our current employee is an internal.
Okay.
Except for the cafeteria, just to kind of be clear,
Yes,
right?
because that's a different state that we have to require to be done by the state in the cafeteria.
And at some point, I trust Dr. Ball and administration are doing their due diligence to bring the best thing forward. This one was flagged because of that enormous differential between lowest price and what midpoint we took. I can be supportive of this, but are we putting this guy out of a job that was doing it before?
Oh, no, we need him too.
Okay, so this is not the only thing he does then?
Oh, no, he'll be working full-time.
Okay.
He will get some great relief by what we're doing here.
And I would trust then that you will evaluate again, as we talked earlier on the other agenda item, the return on investment.
Yes.
Are we getting our money's worth from this provider?
Absolutely.
And obviously we look at it annually but is this a 3-year approval we're giving? Or
I think it's a 3-1-1. Is it a 3-1?
It's an initial term of 3 years.
So it's a 3-year.
With one
Options for 2 additional 1-year periods.
3-1-1.
But we have, in the contract, we do have termination clause where we can terminate with or without clause.
Okay.
We don't lock ourselves in.
JJ, you have to go to the mic.
Better.
Whoa.
We have termination clauses in our agreements, and we can terminate with or without cause. I believe it's a 30-day notice, and if it's not working out. And of course, if a company's not doing the job, they default on it, and we can terminate it.
All right, well, thank you for answering my question. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I just have one question real quick. Are we doing perimeter prevention like this company will be doing now? I know that, we call them and they come and when there's an issue, but has that person been able to do the type of perimeter prevention work that this company's going to do?
Our current employee is basically reactive. They're turning, they get ants in the classroom. This contract will preventively treat the exterior of the campus every month with granules 8 to 10 feet around. They'll check every wasp nest on the building, so it'll eliminate every wasp nest on the building, every rat trap. So we'll keep up with that. So what we're trying to do is not react to pests in the building, we're trying to keep them from getting in. So that's what this preventative part will do. So our guy who's doing that is not overwhelmed, especially in August and September when school starts.
And that was my question. And I know that there's a bigger need for more maintenance now with our breakfast in the classroom programs and the way we've had to shift during COVID to where students were eating in different places. And I'm sure he was quite overwhelmed. So I'm glad to see that we can do some more preventative work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any other discussion? Is there a motion for item C?
Yeah, I do move that we consider and take action regarding approving the ranking for the request for proposal 22-05 for district-wide pest control services.
And it has been moved and seconded, and you may now proceed to vote. That motion passes unanimously. We move on to item H. Consider and take action regarding approving the new innovative courses for the 22-23 school year. Mr. Macias.
I pulled this one because I thought it was just great for us to talk about. This sounds like a very exciting activity. So talk to me a little bit about this, Dr. Ball. This is a start, right? Am I correct?
Yes, sir. So we're going through the process right now of our master schedule. So anytime that we want to offer more opportunities for our students, we bring these classes to the board. So these are opportunities that we want to offer. The marketing, 10th through 12th grade, principles of community service, 9th through 12th, and then the practicum and internship, 11 through 12. So again, just offering more opportunities for our students.
And are we going to add to this list by 2022-23, or is it...
There could be more courses that we bring to the board. There could be.
And just something like principles of marketing, I mean, that can be a college course, or...
I don't think that these are, and I could be wrong. They're not. They're not college courses. Okay. But they do. That one does fall into the CTE realm, so that is a good thing.
All right. Well, again, I thought there was something to applaud, so I just wanted to bring that out and say thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Is there a motion?
Consider and take action regarding approving new innovative courses for 2022-2023 school year.
Second.
The motion has been made and seconded. Oh, excuse me. Let me get back to the... Okay. Now you may proceed to vote. That motion passes unanimously. Item I, consider and take action regarding approving the district policy CDA local, other revenues and investments. Mr. Macias.
Yes, and just for community consumption, just a FYI, I do let Dr. Ball know what items I'm going to pull prior to the meeting, as best I can, so she can prepare. But this one I didn't tell her, so please, she may not be prepared for it. But the question is simple. I pulled it really because we will see an item later on our regular agenda that's a policy update as well. So it grabbed my attention why this one's on consent, the other one's on a regular one, but we can address that question later. My question is, tell me about this need. It's a local policy adjustment, so where did it come from?
So it's a local policy that comes from working with TASB in regards to making the changes. So there was just a few minor changes that this policy needed. So we made those changes. And Mr. Atkins, would you like to address those changes?
Yes, ma'am. This policy is a little different because we're required to bring this policy annually to the board and have it approved. And so it has to be a separate item that we do.
But it is a local policy, which means that every local authority can make it their own, right? It's not a legal policy that TASB's giving us. So what did we do here that's making it our own?
We are adjusting some of the collateral requirements. If you see the last paragraph there, we've upgraded those collateral requirements to strengthen our position as we our investments. So to 102% if it's government securities that are collateralizing our funds, or 110% if they're non-governmental collateral.
And this is, again, I think I heard, this is in collaboration with TASB?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
What is our rating, our bond rating?
Our current bond rating is AA minus, and of course, then when we go out for bonds, we have the permanent school fund that gives us AAA rating. Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions or discussion? Is there a motion for this item?
A motion to approve, to approve 4I, consider and take action regarding approving district policy, CDA local, other revenues and investments.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. You may proceed. Motion passes unanimously. Item J, consider and take action regarding approving emergency and closing of the district. Mr. Macias.
Dr. Ball,
Yes,
I
sir.
appreciate the language and bringing this for us to approve. I totally support this, but my question here is, I assume that our teachers were already being paid for this time off, and so I wanted to understand that a little better. Is there an issue where individuals won't be compensated? That's what the agenda item is alluding to.
You're granting me permission to pay all our hourly employees that did not come in to work on that day.
Okay, and that's what it sounds like. But on one of those days, we did have our bus drivers and our custodial staff
Yes, sir.
come in. So they were already paid for coming in. So are we going to duplicate pay for them, or what are we doing?
They'll be compensated for overtime for those individuals that did come in.
Okay, I mean, that just sounds equitable, so I wanted to make sure that indeed was happening.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's all I have.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. No, ma'am. Those employees were asked to clock in from their location, which could be from home, and any employee can do that from home. And they were off. It was a miscommunication in regards to on Friday when we still had them conduct their Zooms, conduct some meetings. So on Friday we still had a staff work day. So on that day they were supposed to still be working from home. Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
Excuse me, anyone else? Is there a motion for this item?
I move that we consider and take action regarding improving the emergency and closing of the district.
Second.
Yes. I'll consider take action. Move we approve. We'll consider take action. Go ahead.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. You may proceed to vote. That motion passes unanimously. We will move on now to 5, discussion and consider. I'm sorry?
L.
Oh. Thank you. Item L, consider and take action regarding approving the professional service contracts, construction contracts, and related contract amendments, supporting the 2016 and 27 bond design and construction requirements. Mr. Macias.
Yes, I'm excited about this too. I'd like to talk a little bit more about that. We want to be as open in our communication about our bond projects, and so this professional services contract, I wanted to understand it a little bit more. There's the contract sum will be decreased. There's a change order in the amount of $20,863. So I wanted to have a little bit of explanation on that.
Yes, sir, and thank you for the question. So this element, Elof Elementary School, and this is a document that we've brought to the board over the last few months, so you will see that this is probably the third or fourth time you've seen this very same document. And what we're trying to do with this document is just make sure y'all are informed about how the projects are going, how we're doing as far as money. When we're asking for additional dollars, it's because maybe we want to increase scope. In this situation, ELOF is now complete. So we go back through and we reconcile all the contingencies that are remaining, and those dollars come back to the district. So we're asking for approval to exercise that change order to lower the contract amount for Elof Elementary by $20,863.
And you did answer my second question. Because it was ELOF and it's in District 4, I wanted to know if it was complete. So you've stated that it's complete, and we have $20,000 that we'll put back.
Well, and I have to actually say something else about ELOF because we're very excited. ELOF was nominated for an Excellence in Construction Award, by the American Subcontractors Association. So we're really proud of that. We had a very good team on this project, and not sure if we'll win because there's some pretty stiff competition, but we're really excited about the success of this project.
All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else? Is there a motion for this item?
Consider and take action regarding approving the professional service contract, construction contracts, and related contract amendments supporting the 2016 and 2017 bond design and construction requirements.
You move that we approve.
Yes.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. You may proceed to vote. Do I need to do something else?
We have, how about Ms. Eaton?
I think what we can do is go ahead and, yeah.
Okay. Perfect.
So, motion passes 6-1, excuse me, 6-0. 6-1. Item M, consider and take action regarding approving the certificates of substantial completion, supporting progress, and the completion of the 2016 and 2017 construction projects. Mr. Macias?
Yeah, thank you. My only question on this one is the date of substantial completion was in 2021. So is that when it was completed? I just want to make sure it's all aligned.
Yes. So one of the things that I've been doing that I didn't realize the first few months that I was here, they had not been bringing the certificate of substantial completion to the board for approval. So I've actually gone back through all the 2016 bond projects. We're not through all of them yet, but the ones that we haven't brought to the board, we are actually falling back and bringing those. So we're kind of catching up with ourselves. But I want to make sure that we're doing it according to the way we should. So some of it is just backtracking just to make sure. The second one for Spring Meadows, I will say, was incorrect. The language they had, the completion, the punch lists are also attached to these substantial completions. Because of COVID, we lost about a month of different people being out of the office with COVID. So it took a while to get the second one corrected, so we decided just to bring both of them at the same time. The substantial completion dates that are listed actually signify 11 months from this date. The whole team, the contractor, architect, my team, we go back and do another walkthrough of the campus, and we look for anything that could be a quality issue, a manufacturer defect, any of those types of things. And so that's why these certificates are important, so that we can put them on a calendar, make sure we do the 11-month walkthrough, go back at that point in time and make sure we're correcting things and that we don't find out about these defects years down the road. So It's just something else I've been going through, the board policy, what we're supposed to do. Some things we didn't do in the past, we are doing them now, which you see, why you see the same reports pretty much monthly, and we'll continue to do that. It's just good practice.
Well, I do appreciate that, and I'll probably refrain from pulling some in the future.
Oh, it's okay.
We're doing backlog work,
Yeah.
but obviously I just wanted to confirm that that was indeed happening. And I did have questions about Spring Meadows, so thank you for bringing that out, because since we had the back date of September, did we do that work to determine if the architects and all the services, general contractors, were doing their job? Did you do your walkthrough is what I guess I'm trying to say.
Yes, so when we actually did the punch list in October, my whole team was there. So we walked it, the architect was there for the first one. The second one, they weren't. This is the architect that we hired out of Corpus, but it was a much smaller scope. They had several people out with COVID, so we told them we would actually walk, and they had someone local actually walk with us from the design team. And so we felt comfortable because it was a very small scope. Otherwise, we would have delayed it. But these are tied to their actual contract. So when we issue a contract for a general contractor, it states from the notice to proceed, here's how many days you have to complete the project. So we have to be very careful because of liquidated damages, which happens if they exceed the amount of time. So we agreed to go ahead and walk it because it wasn't anything that they could prevent. It was just something that happened. So where we can work and continue to build the teamwork with everyone, we try to be fair, and certainly we have to hold them to the terms of the contract. So that's why I want to get these done, to actually mark when things are actually happening and not months after the fact. So we've just been trying to improve all those relationships, make sure we're doing things the way we need to, make sure we're reading the contracts and understand, you know, what they're responsible for, what we're responsible to do, and holding everybody accountable to do that. And that's why this document is so important, because it really sets everything into place to start the warranty period and the second walkthrough when we come back. You know, just put your eyes on it again, make sure everything's good. So we'll continue to do that.
Well, I do appreciate that, and obviously that's something that with your leadership we've been able to do even better as we go forward in trying to address these potential deficiencies. So let me understand you. We're 11 months away from completing the project.
No.
The project.
Right. So this. So if you just look at the spreadsheet, the first item is Spring Meadows Elementary School, completion date 10/1/21. So Spring Meadows was a phased project because this is one of the campuses where we replaced all the sewer, and we did a new administration area, and we did interior restrooms throughout the building. So obviously we couldn't take them all offline at one time because then we wouldn't have student and staff restrooms. So we had to move through the building. We developed a schedule on how to do that. We would finish a complete area, move to the next area, because these projects are very complicated. So it was phased, and so what you're seeing is on the renovation of restrooms 121 and 122, which is the annex building, and 125 and 126, which is the east end corridor. Those were completed on 10/1/2021. Okay, that's substantial completion certificate. You'll see number 2. We had previously brought substantial completion certificate number 1 to the board. Okay, so this is just marking as we're moving through and completing different areas of the building. So this is substantial completion certificate number 2. Then you have the board approval date, the 2/17/22. That's just an internal tracking mechanism for me. We write it on the document, and when we scan it, if you ever come back and ask me, did you get board approval on this item? I can print it, and it says, board approval what date? Because the problem that I had is I could pull it off of our T drive, but we would have to go back month after month after month to see if that information ever got brought to the board. And I found more often than not, It hadn't come to the board. And so it's just good practice to bring the substantial completions. It gives y'all a better understanding of where we are in construction and how we're, proceeding through all the 2016 bond projects. And so we did this spreadsheet. It's just a tracking mechanism for all of us so that we can continue to monitor where we are. And then, of course, substantial completion certificate number 3 was restrooms 123 and 4, and 127 and 128. So, and that's mainly because we're updating the restrooms all throughout the campus. So the best way to denote what they are is to put the room numbers. And so that's why we're doing it that way instead of a library or cafeteria or kitchen addition. We're actually putting the actual numbers of the restroom.
I'll stop you there. I just have one last question, and I do appreciate the thorough explanation. But in the next phase of these bond projects is to furnish the classrooms or the offices, and that's also part of the bond project, right? I mean, it's part. We're going to use bond dollars to pay for desk in the classroom and all that. You hear what I'm asking?
I don't. Could you rephrase it?
Like when Judson High School, back in 2010, we built it, and the issue back then was, and I remember my daughter telling me, they built it, we went into the classroom, and we had to sit on the ground in a circle because there was no desk, there was nothing in the school. And so my understanding was, well, why and how did that happen? And what I would like to know is, I don't want to ever see that happen again. So when we build a project and we have to have the requisite materials there, are we set up now to ensure we would see maybe this is part of the completion of the project?
Yes, and that's a great question because we have experienced a few hiccups with that. So one of the things that we are doing now is we're developing a master schedule. When I got here, it's not something that existed. There was no schedule on any wall. And of course, with my background, everything we did was based on a schedule. On that schedule, it will have milestone dates, dates to make sure we order furniture, dates to make sure we alert other people of when they are going to need to come in and do work, technology, maintenance even, because they come in and they install all the soap dispensers, paper towel holders, all that. And so, but without a schedule, a master schedule, we were really falling behind. We weren't calling in advance of when we actually needed it. And so we're working on that. And we're developing that schedule so that we make sure those things don't happen again. We had a little issue with Woodlake. Woodlake, we changed the design of the library. We had just a regular library initially, and then we added makerspace. Library delivery dates right now are months. You know, you used to go to order a library and get it in about 6 or 8 weeks. And that's just not the case anymore because of COVID. And I hate to use that excuse. It seems like everybody uses it. But the reality for us is there are just simply some things we can't get quickly. And which makes that master schedule even more important because we can increase the amount of lead time, which is what we call it, lead time, so that we can be looking at it well in advance of when we actually need it. So I hear you, understand you, and we are working to try and correct that internally.
Well, thank you for your candidness. I appreciate your response.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. Is there a motion for this item?
I move that we approve the certificate of substantial completion supporting progress and completion of the 2016 and 2017 construction projects.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. You may proceed to vote. The motion passes unanimously. I would like to stand corrected that I said on item L that motion passed 6-1, it passed 6-0. This motion passes 7-0.
Madam President,
Yes, ma'am.
may I have the floor for a moment, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'd just like to talk with my colleagues very briefly about consent agenda and practices therein. Of the items on the consent agenda, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 were pulled for more discussion, taking up approximately 50 minutes of our board meeting time. The consent agenda is designed for standard, contractual, routine matters that should not need tons of discussion. And practice is that when we have a question about what is going on with the consent agenda, that we call the superintendent and ask the question and get our answers so that we can move the meeting fairly quickly and not impose on our employees staying later and later and later. So everyone has agreed to the operating procedure about notifying the superintendent about pulling anything, but at that time you should also be getting your answers. And before I get chastised about how this is important for the public, I do want to reiterate that when I came on the board, I asked Dr. Montoya to ensure that our complete board book, except for anything that is covered under closed session material, is published for the entire public to see. So if people have questions, it has all the information in the board book as well as the office that is presenting the information so that they can contact them with their questions. This is just inappropriate to have our consent agenda drag on for almost an hour.
And I would like to say something since you brought it up. Again, we have a protocol in our board operating procedures, and I might add that we get our board book so far in advance that we do have time to call the office of the superintendent or any of the other offices of which these items have been posted by. And we have a lot of time from the time that we get our board book until 24 hours before we have a board meeting to ask those questions and get those answers. And I would just like to reiterate that we need to follow the protocol. We have been accommodating. We've been very, very accommodating, Mr. Macias, since you have returned. We've been very accommodating to you. But I must say that in the future, if you do not choose to follow the protocol that we are requesting and recommending, the items that we cannot spend this much time on the consent items when there's time when you can call and you can ask for the answers to your questions. I do it all the time. And I do remember when Dr. Montoya was sitting in this chair and Mr. Salinas said to me, call the superintendent and ask him your questions. And I said, yes, sir. And so now I call the superintendent and I ask my questions and I get my answers and I ask for a timeline. How long must I wait until I can get my answer? That is all.
Well, no, I'm going to have a response because I think it's definitely equitable. You two had your piece, so I'm going to say mine. This is my 4th term on the board, which means my community appreciates the work that I'm doing. I will continue to pull consent items until you change board policy. And I'll argue when you do that you're not being transparent with our community. If you want to do everything behind closed doors, go for it. But that's what you're saying when you say, call the soup, don't do any business out here. That way our community is unaware of what we're thinking and deciding upon. I can legally pull consent items,
yes,
and I will.
Yes, you certainly can.
I would say to you, ma'am, if it has a high community interest, put it on the regular agenda so I don't have to pull it, because I will continue to pull consent items so the community can discuss it.
Again.
And if you take steps to stop me from that, then I will take additional steps to ensure that we communicate these questions prior to or after board meetings. I will not allow my community to be stymied with information. And you two would like everything nice and common. We're out here in an hour. This is our only time that we can discuss issues with our community. And I'm going to do my work. If it's too much for you, leave.
It is not too much
Then
for me,
don't
sir.
complain. Because I have a right to pull these items.
I would like to spend our time on the actual discussion action items, which make up the
We're taking action on these consent items.
truly important things.
Aren't they action items?
The discussion
Members,
action
can we take the
items.
discussion to a closed session at
No.
some future point?
No, I want this out in the open
Okay.
so that
Yeah,
people can see
I want people to know what you are
is
too, yes.
happening. I am not trying to be non-transparent. I've done everything in my power as a board member to make sure that the community is aware of what's going on. As I said, making sure that board book is out there for them to look at. I've never yet had a question from a constituent that I haven't been able to answer based on what's on board book and point them directly to that. So if you would do that, or ask them to contact the people that are in board book, then that would be great. But I would like us to spend our time on the items like the state of the foundation. You have two items on here, an item on here about district-wide tutoring initiatives. That's something that we could consider and discuss. But these other things are not needing so much discussion except from you.
I disagree with you.
Item 5, discussion and consideration of action items. 5A, consider and take action, possible action regarding the approval of design services and schematic design for Veterans Memorial High School parking lot addition. Dr. Ball?
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to make sure that everybody has this graphic on your sheet of paper. And we have some changes that we are going to be making to veterans, specifically out where the fields are at. One of them has to do with the parking. So, Helen, would you like to share some additional information? Thank you.
So the board previously approved the purchase of 6 additional acres at Veterans. And one of the reasons they did is because we need additional parking there. There's been a lot of growth at this campus, and so they agreed to buy the 6 acres. So what we're doing here is we've looked at the property, we've looked at the way the campus operates, and we've looked at where we have parking and where we need additional parking. So the plan that you're actually looking at is schematic. It shows a field in the back. What I wanted to explain is that is not something we would be asking to proceed with at this time as far as construction or anything like that. But what we want to do is make sure when we design the parking that will serve as the band practice field and parking lot, and the additional parking that would be future for the football field, that we're thinking of where that field will be located. Because we don't, if we do another bond, and if we do get approval and support from the voters to put another field out here, we want to go ahead with the parking, but we need to make sure all the underground for the lighting, all the underground for the sewer, the underground for the water, all those things are in place, and we would not have to come back later and cut up something that's newly finished to put in things that would be needed for that field. So we looked at the whole picture at one time to try and prevent that, because they really do need a band practice field out there, and they do need additional parking.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
So to clarify, the schematic is just making the space for the field.
Yes.
It's not something we're approving the building of
Yes,
right
ma'am.
now. Okay. And then the budget line items that are in the board book is just the actual cost of the parking lot and the infrastructure you're saying that would lay the groundwork in case, in the eventuality that we build a field.
So that is the design fees.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
The construction cost, at the point in time that the design is finished and we bid it, we go through the whole evaluation project, the proposals and the evaluation, just like similar to what you heard earlier from JJ. And then we come back and present that to the board, obviously, for approval. So you're not approving that at this time?
Can I ask one more question?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm real bad with like, I was a geography major, but still sometimes like maps are, so where is the school building in relation to this?
Okay, so this is the additional 6 acres in the back. And that's back where the baseball field is.
Yeah.
In the very back of the campus. So this 6 acres is actually behind the gym. So you have the gym, there's a driveway there, and across the street from that, this is where that 6 acres is. So that's where this would be located. The great thing here is we have an area where we can use both parking and create a band rehearsal area there too, marching field.
So the parking lot that will be built is like accessible and safe to get to the school building as well?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. So to the northeast, which is the little parking up here, we're adding we would have 29 spaces, okay? And then where the band marching area is, which is north and kind of west of the main building, if you're looking at the back of it, it's kind of to the left. That would be 182 total spaces. And then, yes, there's a drive that they will have to cross, that main road, but they do it now anyway for other things. And that parking lot is an additional 144 spaces. So everything has to be designed accessible. So we'll have handicap parking. I mean, we're not that far in the design yet. We will bring it back to you when we're about 90% so that you can see the whole design. But for right now, we know we have to have accessibility. We have to have a defined route for people to get there. And then what would be in front of the future stadium, obviously, we'll have handicap parking there as well.
Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to know, Helen, will this rendering be on the website, or is it too early? Is it going to be on VM's website or ours, or it's too early?
Well, we can certainly post a schematic of any of the projects that we're working on. So if the board wants to post those as part of 2016 bond, 2017 bond, as we're moving through and we're adding these miscellaneous projects that are pending, if we want to post those up on a website so that the community knows what we're doing, I'm very happy to do that. I mean, it's information they would love to know, I'm sure, so.
I think that would be a good idea.
Yeah. Okay, we can do that.
Thank
We'll
you,
create a
Helen.
way to do that.
Thank you, Ms. Keaton.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Helen.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a motion for item 5A? I move that we approve the design services and schematic design for Veterans Memorial High School parking lot.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. You may proceed to vote. Motion passes unanimously. Item 5B, consider and take possible action regarding approval of changes made to Board Policy FDA Local Admissions Interdistrict Transfers. Dr. Ball?
Yes, ma'am. About a year ago or so, we opened up our district where we accept students from other districts. But we did not do this for our specialty programs such as JECA, JSTEM, and TSTEM. At all times, we want to keep those slots for Judson ISD students. But in the event that we don't have enough Judson ISD students to fill those slots, we would like to, instead of leaving them vacant, what we would like to do is allow for out-of-district transfers to come in. So that's what this policy change would be. Our goal will always be to highly recruit from our students, from our individuals that live within our district, but we don't want to lose any slots and just leave them vacant if there is somebody else that would like to transfer to Judson ISD and attend Judson ISD. So that's what this policy does, but I'd love to talk about. Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Ball, in
Yes.
the past, have we had problems filling up the classes?
We have started to have some problems filling the classes, yes. we are heavily recruiting right now. I can give you some examples that we had an event at Wagner. We've had an event at Judson High School. We're going to continue to have events, but we just want to be prepared if we don't have enough students to fill our slots, that we could open it up to somebody else.
What do you mean events?
We have some
Those showcases?
Uh-huh.
Oh, I see.
Showcases. We're also sharing information in our Listen and Learns. We're telling people about all the things that we have to offer. Just continuing to get the word out about the different programs we have.
I would just like to recommend that we are very, very aggressive in recruiting in this district. I realize that we have families that have never had their kids enrolled in our schools, but they live in our district. Those type families, I would hope that you would be aggressive
Yes,
in
ma'am.
recruiting because they pay taxes.
Yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm. Ms. Canary, you have something?
Oh, Ms. Canoy.
It's always my preference that we focus heavily on our Judson ISD students, but I do agree that it is financially wise to make sure that the programs are full and that we're getting our bang for our buck, so to speak, because the cost is the same to run the program, whether it's full or it's not. And so we want to make sure that we provide opportunities, first of all, to Judson ISD students, and I appreciate that you're looking out to make sure that we do fill the slots that we have available. I know that as you reach out, I'm sure that you're conveying to those people that this is their acceptance would be contingent on a slot still being available at the end of the closing and selection of our other.
So right now, we're only going to inform the individuals that are Judson ISD residents, but at the beginning, well, I don't know if you see at the beginning or the end, but in the summer, I should say, then if we still,
Okay. And also, let us know when there's a declining enrollment in any of these three
yes, ma'am.
schools. Let us know when it's declining.
Yes, I will.
All right, is there a motion for item B?
I move we approve the changes made to board policy FDA local.
Second.
The motion has been made and seconded. You may proceed to vote. Motion passes unanimously. Item 5C, consider and take action, possible action regarding the formation of an Employment, Recruitment, and Retention Board Advisory Committee. Mr. Macias.
Yes, this I put on the agenda for our discussion simply because I think we've talked a lot about the importance of employee recruitment and retention in our district. And just like we have a Growth and Planning Advisory Committee, Finance Committee, I think there needs to be some consistent dialogue working with administration to ensure that we're able to address this big issue. And in my long tenure here on the board, some of the same things that we're seeing today, we saw 10 years ago. There is definitely room to build the type of human resource infrastructure to ensure that we're putting the focus on retention and recruitment. So the creation of a board advisory, I think, would certainly allow us to have that two-way dialogue and really, at the end of the day, create maybe that vision of where we would want to be rather than what we have seen over the last 10 years.
Is there any other discussion?
Are there any committees already established that are, overseeing recruitment and retention practices or obtaining of ideas?
I wouldn't say there's a committee that specifically does that, but that is something that's always on our forefront. One of the things that we will also be doing is in regards to the teacher incentive allotment. So Judson ISD will be applying for the teacher incentive allotment. So that is also led by a committee. So that is something that we are going to be doing, and that's part of the Chief of Staff's duties is to look and see, what are we going to do specifically in regard to monetary incentives. We're also going to be conducting a survey as to what are some of the top 3 things that our teachers would want. I know most of them would tell me pay, but let's say you couldn't have pay. What would be the top 2 of the things that you would want? So the retention and incentive is something that we do look at on a regular basis, but it is not really done by it is not done by a board advisory committee.
So this is an actionable item?
I'm
Is that
sorry.
right? This is an actionable item?
It is.
I motion to approve considering and taking action on the formation of an employee recruitment and retention board advisory committee.
I had discussion.
I was just going to say, Mr. Diaz, do you know if there's anybody that has any questions about it?
I don't see this as a board committee. I see this as something that should fall under human resources. I have concerns that we are overstepping our bounds in what we're supposed to do as a board of trustees. We oversee that. That doesn't mean that we should be mandating what happens there. So this is something I'd like to see our new HR director take on and establish a committee. The same thing could happen there without it being something that is a direct report to the board. It should be to the Director of Human Resources, to you, and then to the board.
Any other discussion? Now you may proceed to vote. The vote passes 5-2. Item 5D, consider and take possible action regarding the approval of an amendment to the compensation plan for the 2021-2022 fiscal year. Dr. Ball?
Yes. So everybody got a handout on this. One of the things that our district is needing is a plumber journeyman. So we are looking at taking this to a different pay grade to be able to fill this position. The plumber positions are something that have been very difficult to fill. Then you also have different positions there that we are asking to reclassify so we can fill those positions. And then the most important part is for our summer school. We want to up the pay for our teachers, counselors, assistant principals, basically almost anybody that works our summer school programs. We want to incentivize them to work these programs so we can better serve the needs of our students.
Is there any discussion or questions?
I think the only question I have is
Yes, ma'am.
The things that are the ones that are on here where there's adjustments being made. That's essentially in order to better recruit
Right.
and offer a more competitive pay. Okay. Oh, one more clarification. On the first 3 that are on here, so the plumber, the clerk, and the clerk positions, those are actually hourly rates, correct? Not daily rates?
They're hourly rates.
Okay, just making sure.
Absolutely.
So the ones that are the daily rates would be the $220?
The daily rates are starting at $502, $504, $508, and $509. Those are daily. $209, $306, and
Okay.
$307 are
Okay.
hourly. Yes,
They're
ma'am.
out. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. I think you said it correctly. I just wanted to repeat it just to make sure.
No, I didn't.
Oh, okay.
But thanks.
Uh-huh.
Is there any other discussion, questions? Then, is there a motion?
I move that we approve the amendment to the compensation plan for the 2021-2022 fiscal year.
The motion has been made and seconded. You may proceed to vote. Motion passes unanimously. Item 5E, consider and take possible action regarding the approval of the renewal list for teachers. We've already.
We did E and F.
Yes, we did E and F. We will move on now to item 6, discussion items. Item 6A, Judson Education Foundation, state of the foundation. Dr. Ball?
Yes, Lexi is going to share some information. I think that everybody has one of the brochures that she handed out, so she'll be covering this. Again, just a reminder to everybody that our gala is coming up on March the 4th, so we're really excited. But Lexi is going to share some of the great things that our foundation has been doing. I'd also like to recognize that the foundation president has also been here at our meeting, so I know he's sitting in the back. So like to recognize Mr. Alsuarez also for that, for being here.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you. Yes, like Dr. Ball said, we are very excited about our gala that's 2 weeks away. I'm not counting the hours or anything, but we are really close. We are very successful this year at attendance, so we're really thankful for the partnerships with our staff and our community for wanting to attend and support the foundation. I am here today, like every year, the foundation presents our State of the Foundation for the year prior for our financials, and so I have included in your board book the original financials, and what I pass out today is just the pretty version of some of our marketing that we are putting out there. So feel free to reach out if you'd like some more. We can always give that to you as well. I'm just going to play this little video for you that our fantastic team created. Here we go. The Judson Education Foundation is a 501c3 nonprofit organization that seeks financial support from the community and corporate donors to provide and sustain district-wide opportunities for educational excellence in Judson ISD. In 2021, Jeff celebrated 22 years of fundraising to subsidize innovative teacher grants and student scholarships. Here are some of the highlights over the last year. Jeff was proudly able to support 23 student scholarships, totaling $49,000, and awarded 20 teacher grants for innovative learning, totaling $43,795. Whether it's time, money, or an in-kind donation, the success of our foundation depends on the generosity of our community and corporate partners. While we honor and appreciate all of our partners, we would like to especially recognize our top 10 corporate sponsors for 2021. With your continued support, the Judson Education Foundation is able to enrich teaching, inspire learning, and provide opportunities for excellence in education for all students in the Judson Independent School District. That is it. If anyone has any questions in regards to our financials from 2021. Thank you, everyone.
Good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you to the entire foundation.
Yes, thank you so much.
I don't have a question, but I want to comment on the hard work that Ms. Greathouse has put in trying to make sure that we're able to continue with these events and the services that we're providing for our teachers and our students during these last difficult 2 years. She's gone above and beyond, and I truly appreciate her dedication and her hard work.
Thank you so much.
Item 6B, update on district-wide tutoring initiatives. Mr. Macias?
Yes, Dr. Ball, I put this on the agenda because we discussed this a few months ago, I believe. And so I wanted to kind of just get a gauge on where we are in terms of that whole issue.
Sure. So right now what we're doing is doing both. Our staff is tutoring, and then we are also getting some tutoring from third parties. Even the third parties are having a very difficult time also getting tutors to come in. But we are providing small group instruction to our students, either both through the staff that we currently have or through a third party.
So capacities, we still have capacity that's not being filled then right now, is what I'm understanding you telling me right now. If the third-party entity can't fill positions, then there's still students that are in need.
Well, if our students are getting the services, but what would happen is if we could get more, then we could have a smaller number of students per group.
Well, and one of the questions I asked a few months ago was compensating our employees at a higher rate comparable to the third party. I would even dare say if the third party is having trouble, they could hire our teachers technically and pay them that higher rate. Has that been explored in any way?
I would have to ask the third parties if they've...
If they're looking for people,
Yeah.
we have qualified teachers that want to make that hourly rate. I suspect they would be game. That's just my thought.
I will definitely ask them.
And so, bottom line, I want services done. And I think we've talked about it before, and academic success is proven that tutoring will help. And the more individualized tutoring we get in supporting students to get them to grade level is critical. So I would like to see this more robust so that we can offer smaller peer group support.
Right. What we would also like to do is to improve our Tier 1 instruction, so ultimately we don't have to do a lot of tutoring. So we are looking at ways also to improve the core instruction. Some of the things like Lacey mentioned, some of the things that curriculum and instruction are working on, some of the stuff that I shared in regards to the Friday notes and the gains that are being made in reading. There's been some huge gains that have been made, because ultimately, truly what we want is for those numbers to decrease, because that means then our students are achieving what they should be achieving. And I think that that's what everybody wants, including the board. But I don't know, did I not answer your question?
You did. I mean,
Okay.
as long as you take a look at bringing in our employees with the third party for a higher wage to incentivize, that's a positive. The other thing I would say is that there are other entities like Sylvan Learning Center that could be potential partners. And I don't know, I'm not doing the day-to-day operation, you are, but what would that collaboration look like with someone like that?
Sure. We actually, Ceci has a lot of information on that.
Fantastic.
So yes, go ahead, Ceci. Because we did contact, so yes.
Hi, we actually do partner with Sylvan Learning, and they are actually working with 7 of our campuses currently, and they have partnered providing virtual tutoring as well as in-person tutoring. I will say that part of the reason that we also partner with Sylvan and other companies is because part of the tutoring also happens during school time. So not only do we have a difficult time sometimes filling the capacity with after-school tutors, but a lot of the tutoring actually happens during the school day. The recommendation from TEA, based on the number of students that demonstrate the learning loss for a variety of reasons, is to build within the master schedule, a time for additional instruction that is just focused on closing the gaps. So many of our elementary campuses, many of our middle school and high school campuses have what we call an accelerated learning block. And that looks different at every campus, but that's an additional 30 to 45-minute block during the school day where they target specific students, they look at specific skills. And so to find those tutors, we don't necessarily, our teachers are teaching, so we find outside tutors to fill in those positions, and they come in with a specific program. So we actually have, since the beginning of the school year, been working with Sylvan in specific campuses based on data where there was a greater need. We've also partnered with other groups such as 40 Farrier, which historically they've worked with us on some campuses with math tutoring and math training for some of our teachers, and they've returned as well this year. So not just because of House Bill 4545, but just because of the learning loss that we've seen, we wanted to build that within our master schedule to be able to offer that additional time. That doesn't take, now, House Bill 4545 puts in some requirements. We can't take kids out of their core time to give them tutoring. In the past, that has been a practice district-wide, not district-wide, statewide, everywhere, where they take them out of PE, they take them out of, so you can't do that anymore. If it
Are you
has,
talking about intervention RTIs? Or are you talking purely tutoring?
I'm talking purely tutoring.
Okay.
You can't, that's now state law where it's specified you can't do that. So that's why building that intervention time and finding tutors for that is essential, and we can't sometimes use our own teachers because it's during the daytime. Does that answer?
It does. And Dr. Ball, I didn't put on the agenda, but I'm going to plug it in because I can, the summer programming. I'm going to wait till next time, but the thought to add a layer of academic tutoring type of support during the summer for students that are most at risk, not summer school. I don't want it to be that structured, but to have a summer camp that offers that additional support in math or reading or writing can be something we start thinking about that's outside the box.
Right, and that is one of the goals for our summer programs, and that's why we asked the board to approve the pay for our teachers, so we can have plenty of teachers to be able to help us do those types of things.
I'm interested in seeing that, and we'll talk about it next month when I put it on the agenda, but
yes, sir.
That's a good start. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 6C, Statement of Impact Amendment submitted by the Valor Public Schools Charter School. Dr. Ball.
Yes, ma'am. That's one of the statements that we get in regards to the possibility of a charter school opening up in our district.
D, update on board
Hold on. I had a question regarding that agenda item. I noticed, Ms. Bashal, that you wrote on the application a statement, and the statement, I wonder if I saved it, but I thought it was unusual because you're speaking obviously on behalf of the board, and you state that we do not need any charter schools.
I think I wrote it, Mr.
No, sir, I do not write on those.
It has Renee's signature on it. And so if you want to take a look at it, I just want to reference that.
Give me 1 second, and
Sure.
I can pull that up, because I know I write the statements.
And I thought you did too, but this one clearly has Ms. Bashal's name on it.
I do get a lot of these letters, but I don't respond. The superintendent does.
So, yeah, it has superintendent or board president's name, and it has your name, Ms. Bashal, in it. So can you confirm, Dr. Ball, you actually wrote it?
Yes, sir. I usually, Betty knows the statement that I use. I usually use almost the same statement all the time. So I'll read this one right now to make sure that it's my statement, but I'm pretty sure it is. I just need to enlarge.
But you don't sign it?
Yeah, yes, sir. Yep. Yeah, this is my statement. Yes, sir.
All right. I mean, I'll just, for the record, I don't, that's not a value system I agree with. I'm not crazy about charters, but I don't hate charters. I think, obviously, we're in a world where they exist, and we, this is a formality that all charters have to do to inform us that they're coming. We just need to be better, and we know where they are, and build our strategy around it. But this statement is not something that I uniformly support. Because the part that grabbed me is that we need to stop this form of segregation. That was the end of the statement. But segregation, I mean, people choose to go to charter schools. And if they do that, they're making the choice because there's probably smaller classrooms. There's probably a focus on an academics that they're doing that maybe they think we're not. So anyway, I had a lot of problems with that statement.
I could definitely relook at my statement, but I'd just like to clarify what I mean by that is I do not believe that charter schools play by the same rules. I don't get to kick anybody out because they're special ed. I don't get to say that I can't provide those services.
And that's a strength for us.
Right.
We have those programs that make us superior. Like I've always said, charters would like to be like we are. But
that to me is what I just, again, I understand you don't agree, and I could stop using that. But again, to me, that is segregating kids. That, you know, a charter school can say, not your type, because your type isn't welcome here. And to me, that's a form. That's just.
And I guess when I heard was reading that, my segregation definition was economic segregation or maybe racial and diversity. And so I'm thinking in that vein.
We've had numerous students and parents tell me that a student was asked to leave because they needed too many special ed services.
Well, and that's something that maybe can be spelled out there.
Sure.
Because this goes to TEA. This is on file with them, and I wanted to come across very concise about what our concern is.
I will change the statement. That's not a problem.
Well, that's all I have. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And then I'll own the statement too. So Betty, from now on, if we could just put my name on it, I own what I write.
Let's move on to item 6D, update on board advisory committees. Have there been any board advisory meetings? I've not had mine. Item E, update on board training, conferences, events, and consider future agenda items, requests by board members. I'll start with you, Ms. King. Anything?
No updates at this time.
Ms. Rodriguez? Yes.
I attended the next installment of the Leadership TASB training this past weekend. So I spent 3 days in the Corpus Christi area and was able to visit Santa Gertrudis ISD, which is a small school district that is on the King Ranch. And so learning about some of the unique ways that impacts them and also what they've done for students in that area. And then we also visited Gregory Portland ISD and got to see some of their facilities and they have a very unique financial situation given the amount of industry in their district. But also we got to do a deep exploration of some of the ways that they've reorganized the way they work as a board to be more effective and work in partnership with their new superintendent who joined the district in fall of 2020, so right in the middle of a pandemic, because joining a brand new school district. So it was a great learning experience, and then we're also organized into research groups. So my group is going to be looking at how libraries impact critical thinking for students and critical discourse. So I'm hoping to be able to talk to some of our librarians in Judson to learn about how they view that.
Thank you so much, Ms. Rodriguez. Ms. Canoia?
Thank you. I attended the Listen and Learn tour on Wednesday, and I want to commend Ms. Davis for an absolutely wonderful event. There was a huge turnout, much more than I ever expected, and we had parents and teachers and community members who were very eager to participate in the discussions that we were asking about. What is it we're doing that we should continue? What should we stop? What do we need to start doing? And I think the information you're going to gather from that is going to be really helpful in looking at how we redesign our schools and how we move forward with innovative programs. And I encourage others of you to attend and see what's happening and speak with some of the constituents who attend and see their excitement for having their voice heard, which is what we need to do. I'm also planning to attend the Veterans Memorial Military Ball on Saturday, and so I'll report back after that. I'm expecting a wonderful presentation there.
Thank you. And I would like to just say, Dr. Ball, I didn't hear about last night's, I mean, you told us that we were going to have this listen and learn, but then I read it in the paper today, the Herald that gets thrown in our yards, and I saw that they have the entire list of the schedule for the next meeting. So I will definitely be at Coronado. Mr. Macias.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'll be at the Converse one, March 8th, the Innovative Tour, and I think it's a great idea. It reminds me of the time when I held town halls at my schools in the district, and I may revisit that just because I think it's always important to get input from the community. So right now I do have a couple of agenda items, but I will submit them formally later.
And Mr. Diaz?
Nothing to report.
Okay. And as Dr. Ball already said, the reminder that our gala is coming up in a couple weeks. And I guess I could say that I attended the Holocaust presentation at Wagner High School. It was fantastic. I was very impressed at how many students were there with their families. It was an excellent. I got the book, and she signed it. It was so nice, very nice. Oh, Miss Eaton, I'm sorry, you're back. Go ahead. Is there anything that you would like to add? Board advisory committees? Events? Okay. At this time, 8:36 p.m., we will go into closed session, and we will go into closed session beginning with item 7C, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, consider and discuss the superintendent's mid-year evaluation contract. D, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, attorney consultation regarding legal issues related to the superintendent's mid-year evaluation and contract. And E, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, attorney consultation regarding legal issues related to potential, anticipated, or pending construction litigation and construction issues. The time is 8:37. We will go into closed session. We are back in open session. The time is 10:07 p.m. Item 8C and D. There is no motion or no action to be taken on either one of these items. So at 10:07 p.m., we will adjourn. Thank you, everyone, for staying so late.